So, good morning everyone. Welcome to another day of work. So, before we start with our day game dev journey again, a few reminders. So, you can find the page of the video game for the weight of one with the plot on itch.io. There should be like a follow button in here. Also some more information down here. This is the official YouTube channel of the weight of one, and if you want to watch these devlogs plus other gameplays and stuff, you can go to my private channel. That being said, I think we can start. Where is Unity Hub? Oh, it's in the other screen. Let's go. So I need to compile errors. Yeah, safe mode. The project is broken because I was testing an asset, but no biggie. I just need to open Radar and I just need C# file open. Fuck. Okay. Let's go to the legacies. There's some script here. Yeah, this is steel cutscene. I'm wondering what this is. Remember, this is really legacy code. When did I post it? Create probably comes from another project. Yeah, beginning of 2023. Very old. Anyway, yeah, I need to clean up the project. I just want to delete all of them. Go back and delete. Good. It should work now. In the meantime, I open my notes. I use Notes Nook to do that. Okay, to do. I need to loosen. Okay, yeah, I just showed it to you. So this was my change log. Oh my god, it's so bright. I need to loosen the contract of a button is always linked to a game object, otherwise self-destruct. I need a button that is just there to call a method to create commandos. That means I should check who is responsible to create buttons in the UI. Alright. If it doesn't exist, create. This function is mentioned probably, but doesn't This function I mentioned probably doesn't exist because the only class which was the event was deleted. Yeah, I remember this to create new good code. And yet remember there was a piece of code doing exactly that creation. Maybe somewhere in the canvas. Okay, yeah. I'm back. Context was what it was literally 2 days ago and forgot everything. Thankfully I take it. What the heck is this? No clue what this is. Let me close and open. I should always clean up before opening the thing. Damn thing. Unity. So I guess the first step is to find older code. I kind of have a clue about where to start looking. So let's go to here. Probably here. And no. What? References. Cutscene. Okay. Control. Okay. Right. So yeah, apparently there is no code, or the code that I had was removed, as I suspected. But it's kind of a good news, because that means I can write good code. So first of all, do I have a prefab for this? This is a prefab. I have two prefabs, okay. What's the difference between the two? The second one is called the correct one. I'm not sure about that one. So, anyway. This is the correct file. I need to mark it somewhere. Somehow. Right. So we make a new script. Why does it keep adding this shit? I don't get it. I removed the dependency already, didn't I? Or is it stored somewhere? Shit. Right, it's this one. Import. I don't know. Asset forge. Delete. Okay, now it's gone. So this code is a global script. UI plus action bar. Okay, so this is something else. Ship panel expector. Oh, that's so good that I divide the code into categories. Unit column. Unit column. Oh yeah, the ship inspector is the one that appears here. This is the unit column. Unit box. Highlighting unit box on create. Button manager. Makes sense. No air condition. Okay. I'm trying to place the microphone closer. Let me know if that helps. Of course, I will check it myself after the stream. So, some interesting script, but before opening them, I need to know the heck is this? The entry point. Oh yeah, I have no entry point, I think. Yeah, I deleted the entry point. So let's do the following. Quick check. Yes, I need this. Request. This is the closest entry point for me. No, this one is the closest entry point. This doesn't matter. And this is outdated. It's just a test node. Alright. What is this? IntelliJ or? Alright, I was closed. What? What is that? No. Let's open. Sprite for unit. Okay, now this is like visual stuff. It's actually, this should be a scriptable object, but never mind. Right, so we have those two. Create UI. Oh wait, so I did create, but there is an entry point. There were two entry points? Apparently. I mean, that was, you know, I kind of expected it. Part of me. How old is this code? 23. Yeah, it's kind of shitty. But I'm not here to refactor. Yes, unit box. Anyway, let's stay focused. I think that the problem was that I cannot create oh right, yeah, I cannot create a ship because I don't have a reference to a game object. Right. But this is an exception, so the first thing is, oh, there's no model? What? There's a model here. Ah, but I never added it. Okay. maybe we should like start making an actual good UI, because it's not like, okay, I should stay focused on what I'm doing. So right now I'm doing a ticket and sending commandos is sluggish. I don't want to cascade this into dev hill. So what can I do? So I can create I would say okay, so let's start from the UI because I need to do new buttons. So let's write new code so that at some point we just replace this stuff. I'll write a note for this. Ticket. I'm not really a fan of this of UI work. I am afraid, but I have to do it. So, what's the actual structure? Shape image. Okay, so we have an image, text box, HP. Sounds good. A good starting point. So start with an image. A layout element. This would be shutter. List. Let's keep this in for the moment. You know, it's always important to have to-dos, so I won't forget. I write them aside. Strangely enough, there's something fishy is going on. Technically. This is vertical group. And this is an element. It's correct. So why is it like this? It's okay. Flexible height. Okay, this doesn't help. Oh. What's happening? Yeah, but why does it? Maybe the problem is the nav point. Yeah, I think so. No. Confusing. Right. Change size. And strangely enough, it's behind this button. That's why I'm thinking that the problem is here. Why is it behind? I mean, this must be an element. I'm sure. It's a vertical layout group. Why? Oh, that's why. Okay. Okay. thing I would like to try is I duplicate this. It overflows. Okay. The problem is this, I think. That's parent. Parent has a type. Layered group component, yes. Child of a layout group should not have a content size hidden component. It should be driven by the layout group. Okay. So the problem is here. Okay, but now that means that the problem is here on child size width and height. Yeah, that was the problem. All right. So we have this. This is going to contain so to write something layout group, and inside let's set it up. So that actually could be a grid. What do you think about it? And let's see how it behaves. So let's say, how big should it be? Question mark. I'm not sure. Let's say this much is good enough. 25. Child forms expand. So let's add 3 elements. Okay, some padding should help. It's still 5. It's already small, so or maybe even less than that. I don't need padding on the right. The bottom, yes. Let's stick to this for now. And so the length of this is, the width is 80. 80 minus 5. So maybe I can have 5. Wait, I will do the math later. First of all, let's set preferred height of, say, 15. Let's do maybe another column. Dark green. Okay. So the height is 15 because why? I'm not sure. The height is not flexible. Plus so small. Okay. I'm okay with it. I mean, I even set this manually, but whatever. So if I duplicate. Okay, that's not what I want. Use child scale. Oh, alignment here. Middle, left. Doesn't work. God damn it. But here it works, what? Just don't want the space in between. So maybe I should use a grid. Yeah, I think so. Use a grid. Even work. Control child size. Why does it work that way? Control child size? This has nothing to do with the size. Oh, sorry, with the force expanding. They are not expanding, they stay their size. I find this stuff so confusing. I don't like to work with the UI. But that's not a big news anyway, so. But right, I have my. What about overflowing? It overflows, okay. It overflows. So which means I should expand vertically. Shall control child size. I still think that the grid is the best. Yeah, Claude says to use a grid layout group. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Also, I wasn't really sure. So, cell size was, I think 25? 20? I don't remember. What would I've chosen? Maybe 15. Stick to 25. Start corner, upper left, spacing 5, 5. Start and center axis, child, alignment, on left, constraint, flexible, just need padding, top, bottom, top, bottom, left, okay. So maybe this is the case where fixed column count, fixed row count, where I need to use a content size filter. But I want to communicate and I want to expand vertically. That doesn't work, okay. Type of layout group component. Yeah, that's the same problem as before. Which begs the question, why isn't it expanding? Anyway, there was like a AI assistance. Edit, preferences, general, quality. Well, that's a trial. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Sure why this becomes so small. What? It's not my job right now to do this. I just need to make sure that it does this. Right, but I just need one box. Yeah. I should like take notes and learn about, you know, maybe watch videos about how to best set default values. I don't think that default values that are given are good. And maybe it's because I think like a web developer. I know you can use CSS and all these things. Yeah, it's just that I don't know. I don't want to write CSS in my game. If I can. So right. So we have a problem here because this guy should be, well, first of all, this guy shouldn't be an image. And it should take no vertical space if it doesn't have anything inside. So let's do I'm doing a new phase of dev for this task. So I need a new button. Unfortunately, I don't have 3 screens. So chat, I need to check chat every now and then. Xikine? Zucchini wrote a few minutes ago. Hi, welcome. Zucchini, what's up? Are you interested in game dev, or I just do split screen, chat and browser? So I always have it in front of me. Right. So let's add a new component. And this is gonna be like an event. I'm gonna call this the space shader. What space shader exactly? Because I have different shaders. So when I click this button, then let's not care about clicking right now. I need to focus on creating this button dynamically. So I need the script here. And I call it, should it be here? Maybe not. Stars, gas clouds, nebulas. For that, I may suggest you to get this asset. Unity asset star. I've got this. I mean, it's just a suggestion. Because you can do stars, gas, clouds, and nebulas in different ways. You can do them in the skybox. You can do them with 3D objects. Personally, I guess it depends on your project, what you are doing. But you might consider taking a look at this. This one, I have these assets. Not in the project, so I cannot show you, but it's this. And it has nebulas by 3D, so you can move them. Do they show them here? I don't think so, but I can tell you they are there. They have like different types of nebulas. Yeah, as you can see, nebula clouds. It's not like super, I don't know. It depends. It's not super high quality. Yeah, good, I would say, for what I'm doing anyway. Some grid layouts. Let's do, if we can, a generic script. Because what I need to do is to add something to the playership that it wasn't there. I really wish that the UI auto-updated. How can I do that? Okay. Wondering if there is a way for me to auto update the UI without creating custom code like I would do in Angular, let's say. Angular TypeScript. Yeah, data binding. Observables collection plus events. Been doing some weather day-night cycle type stuff recently, so it's neat to see what others are doing. I completely agree. I'm just I'd rather watch YouTube videos, like specific stuff I'm looking for, rather than watch Twitch streams, but I'm happy that you're here, so I'm not complaining. Night day cycles, unfortunately don't have experience with that. I think that's HDRP as fog, so that can help for the weather. It has good lighting, like better lighting than URP. And probably you can make a custom day-night cycle, but it depends how good it should be. Like it's, if you want it like Red Dead Redemption 2, you probably need to buy some pre-made solution. If you're a beginner, you might consider learning the skill on how to do it. I don't have any asset to suggest here. I'm sorry. So instead of, I will show you what I'm reading here. So I asked about observables. Instead of playing list of shuttle, drop it in the observable list that fires an event on add remove clear. Or does this thing exist in C#? List of T. Oh, but this is a custom solution. Okay. Your ship data uses observables. Observable shuttle instead of list of shuttle. Your UI script subscribes once. Okay. Makes sense. That's how I'm doing it right now. From then on, any code anywhere that does ship.shuttle.add automatically updates the UI. Well, that's kind of smart. Scriptable object event channels. Scriptable objects that based event UI can list without direct reference anymore. Also, I'm doing this. A very common Unity architecture pattern. Yes, Unit RX if you want properties. I wasn't aware of this. This is like really Angular-like. That is R3. So I guess I can find it here. interface. This library distributes via built-in that I don't want to use toolkit. UI toolkit. Serialize object. Alright, I think R3. So how do I use that? I need to watch a guide on it. Yeah, I cannot do this now. I might not for this. Dynamic data binding. I can try to write custom code. Sorry, kind of like like a generic solution. I think this is the best right now. So we do uni. I guess unit column. Yes, unit box. And then we have buttons. Let's just call it UI. Just a little shortly create. Can fix the name later. Just the root. Okay. So, time to code. Okay, so we have this. Open for. This is not code, right? Ship button creator. Where is this used in the code? Can I, yeah, private, which is unused. I see it now. So basically, I can delete this class. Because if I delete it, then nothing breaks. Okay. It's for my friend VR chat word. So we're stuck with built-in RP. Oh, stationary sound. So I had to get creative with. But why? I'm just wondering, why don't you migrate to URP or HTRP? Because you can do that. I did it in this project and it wasn't bad. It didn't break. You know, the shaders are converted automatically. Of course, I wouldn't suggest doing this if you have like a full game, like a huge game, because something is going to break somewhere and they are gonna appear pink. But if you do testing, you can catch that. But it's literally like clicking 2 buttons to migrate. So, not sure if you consider that. But manager. So what does this thing do now? That button. What kind of button? Create UI init box command. But is this used somewhere? I think. Pretty sure. Apparently not. But I'm not fully trusting that. Is this salvageable? This is the logic. Set unit box sprite. Set unit box name. Make it to game object. It's a way of doing it, it's fine, but it's not very scalable, I think. What? I mean, I'm doing to do stuff, right, to learn. So let's learn a bit about R3. Let's watch a video. So I don't think it's difficult. Literally one video about this, okay? So that be.
Today we're going to dive into R3, which is a new re-implementation of reactive extensions for C#. In a nutshell, R3 is the observer pattern on steroids. R3 replaces UniRX, but you don't need to know anything about UniRX or reactive extensions to watch this video. And we're going to cover all the essentials with simple examples of how you can use R3 in your projects. While UniRX was just for Unity, R3 supports many platforms, including Godot. By the end of this this video, you should have all the basic concepts down and be ready to start using R3 as a more powerful event system in your projects. Let's start by looking at a common scenario in game dev where we have to capture multiple clicks or key presses within a certain amount of time. For example, I have some basic code here that will play a UI particle effect when I click 2 times within 2 seconds. When I click once, nothing happens. But instead, if I were to double click, it meets the criteria and the UI particle effect plays. Let's take a look at how I'm doing this and then how we can use R3 to do this much more efficiently. I've got a pretty straightforward script here. It's about 50 lines long, and most of the action happens in the update method. Every frame I'm listening for a left click. If I get one, I'm going to capture the current time and then start comparing between what I've read.
That's not how to do double clicks, by the way.
As my first click time and right now. And we can determine whether or not that happened within 2 seconds. If it did, we're going to play the particle effect, and then I'm going to start a throttle coroutine, which will just wait for the 2 seconds and then reset everything.
VR chat is locked to built-in RP, so you can use URP for a VR chat. I have no clue what a VR chat is. It's literally a VR chat. Okay. Damn, then good luck. Yeah. Unlucky.
Now, of course, there's many different ways you could go about this. Let's take a look at how we would do this with R3.
So, double click, particle image dot play. Okay.
I'm going to select this coroutine, everything in the update method, and these private variables. I'm going to wipe them all out because we're not going to need them anymore. Instead, what we're going to do is create an observable stream in our start method, and we're going to subscribe to it. But before we do that, let's add one using statement here using R3. Then I'm going to create an...
Wait a second. So how do I store this thing? Is it default? No. So that would be the first step. Let's see how difficult this is. But if there is like the GitHub page, should be easy. But now that I'm thinking about this, if I use this method, I create a dependency. And I don't want a dependency, to be honest. But let's watch the video anyway.
Method, and I also want to have a member variable where I'm going to hold my subscription. All subscriptions in R3 inherit from iDisposable. We're going to dive more into subscriptions and observables in a little bit. For now, let's set up this example. One of the ways to create an observable stream is with a factory method from the observable class. So here, I'm going to use observable.everyUpdate to give us an observable that will run every frame. It should be no surprise that this library, just like Unitask, takes full advantage of the player loop system. So now we have an observable, we know when we want it to observe things, but what are we observing? So this is where we start to use operators. We can use the where operator to capture a left mouse button click during each update. But we don't just want to know if the button was clicked or not. What we really want to capture is a time interval. And we want to chunk the clicks or group them into sequences of 2 with an overlap of 1 click. So that means the first argument here of 2 specifies the chunk size. The second argument, 1, specifies the overlap, how many elements from the previous chunk should be included in the next chunk. Now let's filter this down even further so that we're only looking at the ones where the interval, the total seconds of the interval, was less than or equal to 2. We can use the throttle first operator to prevent us getting more double clicks within the type of stream that we want to react to, something out to the
That's not what I need. It's just telling me how to install it now.
For example, imagine your game's score or a health bar as a data stream, much like a series of player actions. I think the easiest way to understand this is that I have that big coin button at the bottom of my screen, and I have a reference to it. So why don't we connect up to its onClick event? We can use the method asObservable to turn that click into an actual stream we can observe. This takes in an optional cancellation token, and then we can subscribe to this observable stream of clicks. When our subscription, which is the observer in this paradigm, receives an event, let's play the particle effect. Now let's exercise a little bit of due diligence. We'll store this subscription in a variable, and that's so that we can dispose of it in the onDestroy method. So that's a very simple example of how we can turn just about any
Overcomplicated for what I need to do. Or just use events and meaning. We do like shuttle creator. So for this, I need a prefab. That's pretty much it, I think. Right. I'm confused on what it's trying to make simpler. What are you referring to? Sorry, because Twitch chat has a delay, so I think like normally people write and 2 minutes later they are gone. I think maybe they think that they don't respond. I'm not sure how the video. I'm confused on what it's trying to make simpler. I completely agree. I don't think it was a good use case. Observe. Or even, well, maybe it is, but not a good use case to explain what it does. And I know what observables are because I do front end, and this is like a shitty example in my opinion. Right, so I need shuttle list. No, what? I mean, sure, yes, I need also shuttle list. Object. Shuttle group, I guess I'm gonna call it. Oh, shuttle grid. Right, so we do, so the prefab doesn't exist, but the shuttle grid is where it's not a list, but okay. Shuttle list Then I need another unit box. I need this. The fuck is this? Shadow list. Opened everything. Okay. We don't have a prefab. Wait a second. Shadow. Please close everything. It's confusing. So, ship name, text box. Here, shadow list. This is shadow. And it says my latency is 2 seconds, but I felt more than 10. Well, yeah, I see the chat sometimes. I'm doing stuff. Twitch says 2 seconds. I kind of don't believe it. I mean, I don't believe what Twitch says, not what you say. Because it's either that the delay is longer, probably like 10 seconds or more, I have no clue. But maybe it's also the thing that people is impatient and they come here, say hi, and then 2 minutes later they write, are you reading chat? And they leave. Just don't have the time. Sometimes I'm focused. Like being ADHD is not easy. So let's create a prefab. And prefab here. So what do I need to do now? I need a public method to create a shuttle button. Right. And then when I click it, well, this is another story. First of all, let's just implement this. So we do like how do I? Oh my god, I never do this. Scheme object, I think dot create. No. Instantiate, yeah. So instantiate this and true, I had to set up about to play a sound anytime a chat message come through so I don't completely ignore them. Yeah. I have a second screen and I keep it as close as possible to the other screen. Because if I don't see a movement on the other screen, then I don't see anything unless I'm reading something there. And even now, sometimes I do have like the browser full screen and then I cover chat and SMS. So set Recompile, please. Document type is not assigned to transform. Or you want to transform? Shutter grid. Oh, you can do that? I didn't know. I don't guess so. Rider is so smart. Straight right, yes. Shuttle button. I'm a bit afraid of these things. Is that default? Yeah, let's keep the default. Good. So I want to create a shuttle button, but how do I call that this code? That's the question. I need a test script, a tutorial script to add a shuttle. How do I even express that? The shuttle should be, I need to track them down somehow. So let's keep an int for the moment. Yes, you can write available combinables. Okay. And the default is 0, so it's okay. So when I scan, and when I scan the shipwreck, action bar manager, I don't even need the dispatch button. Now that I think about it. Anyway, so we take this and we do can I set this? Do I need a method for this? Really? Apparently. Okay. I'm not a fan of creating setters. this. Prefer Java with Lombok. That way is much easier. Manager dispatch command button enabled. Bar. Yeah. Just a sec, guys. Okay, we are back. So I need to set, but first I need to open chat before I forget. WB. What does that mean? It's like internet slang that I don't know. We'll come back. Okay, so there is little delay. You responded immediately. Yes, my girlfriend is going to hike, so wanted to say hi. Good. So we do set. Where's the method? Oh, here. Okay. We set this to 1. So I enable the button, then disable the scan button, then I set available commandos to 1, but this doesn't update the UI automatically, but I can raise an event for that, or rather a command. So I do have already what was it? The name of was create UI unit box command. Right. Oh, but this is another new event. So. That means that when I add 1, I need to raise an event to add a new UI element. Observables are very useful. So to do this every time. Whatever. I write a note to keep watching that video, I guess. Fuck it. Let's watch the video first of all. Oh, there was no music. Shit. Forgot about that. Where is it? How do I install this thing? That's mostly what I'm interested in. And there's nothing wrong with trying observables and see how that works. But I create a dependency, that's why I'm not a fan of it. Yeah. So install.
So R3 was built to work with many different platforms, not just Unity, so Godot and many others. And that means that the main R3 package is actually distributed not through the Unity packaging system, but instead through NuGet, which, if you've never heard of that before, is a popular package manager for .NET that provides all kinds of tools that makes it easy to share and reuse code libraries. Now, it's pronounced NuGet, not nugget like chicken nugget. And we actually need to get a special version of NuGet for Unity, and we're going to grab that from...
Well, good luck. I should sleep. It's 4 a.m. Well, you're from the US, I guess. Or something, very far from me. Because it's morning here. Yeah, good night. Have a good sleep. Bye-bye.
GitHub. I'll put links to everything that you need into the video description. From the GitHub page, you'll be able to get the URL that you can paste into your package manager. So you can come up to the plus icon, select install package from Git URL.
So I have Unity in the auto screen.
Paste that in, click install. It only takes just a few seconds. Once NuGet for Unity is installed, you'll get a new menu item. Up at the top beside window, you'll see new package from Git URL, paste that in, click install. It only takes just a few seconds. Once NuGet for Unity is installed, you'll get a new menu item.
Yeah, this is the one. So, well, I need to get from URL. Alright, what's next?
Takes just a few seconds. Once NuGet for Unity is installed, you'll get a new menu item. Up at the top beside window, you'll see NuGet. Select the first one, Manage NuGet Packages. This will bring you up a new little window where
Okay, I don't have any error adding. There was an error. What's the error message? Adding, removing packages, unable to add package. Why? Does not contain a manifest. How to install in open UPM Git dependency. It works now, okay.
where you can start selecting packages you want to import through this package manager. So in the search box, just type R3.
Interesting stuff.
And you'll find it right away. It'll show up here. There it is, the third on the list. You can either click the box to select and then install anything that you've selected, or you can just install packages one by one. So I'll install R3 here. This is even faster to install, and close up this window. Now at this point, we've only installed the core R3 library that works for all platforms, but we need to bring in the Unity specific stuff.
Okay. So I mean, what I'm thinking right now is, say I add a new commando. see what's the way of doing that. Swap the playing field. These are like events, really. That's what it is. Just that this ship data can that's dangerous. It's really dangerous. What if I want to hook a new game object dynamically? I guess we have to see. I don't really know if this is like good or not.
URL for importing the Unity specific stuff you can find on the SciSharp R3 GitHub.
What if if I change the code, then I get an error message, so I know that there is a dependency.
README page. Just paste this in, install, and then you're actually ready to go. You have everything you
Right, I need to look for R3. Here we go.
need now to use R3 in Unity. Now, there are some additional things that you could bring in that would make life a little bit easier on the SciSharp R3 GitHub README page, importing for all platforms, but we need to bring in the Unity specific stuff. The URL for importing the Unity specific stuff you can find on the SciSharp R3 GitHub README that works for all platforms, but we need to bring in, at this point, we've only installed, or you can just install packages one by one. So I'll install R3 here. This is even faster to install and close up this window. Now at this point, we've only installed the core R3 library that works for all platforms, but we
need to this, so still R3.
but we need to bring in the Unity specific stuff. The URL for importing the Unity specific stuff you can find on the SciSharp R3 GitHub README page.
Hmm.
Just paste this in, install, and then you're actually ready to go. You have everything.
Doesn't work. No. And looking. Okay, perfect.
Everything you need now to use R3 in Unity. Now, there are some additional things that you could bring in that would make life a little bit easier depending on what you're working on. One of those things is another library written by the same author. If we come back into Manage NuGet Packages, we can import the Observable Collections package here. This is a general library for observable collections. I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory. We might get into this by the end of the video if there's enough time. I'm going to bring it in now. And I just want to point out that these packages we're bringing in through the NuGet Package Manager actually show up here under your Assets folder. They're in a subfolder called Package.
Wait, what was that called?
And I just want to point out that these packages we're bringing in, if there's enough time, I'm going to bring it in.
C# for Unity, yes.
In now. And I just want to point out that these packages we're bringing in through the NuGet Package Manager actually show up here under your Assets folder. They're in a subfolder called Packages, and you can see here that now I've imported the main R3 library, Observable Collections, and there are several dependencies here as well. As a final step, and again, this is totally optional, I'm going to also bring in Unitask. To be totally clear, Unitask is not required by R3, and it's not required for reactive programming. But my personal opinion about it is if I'm going to bring in R3, I might as well bring in Unitask because I'm probably going to use both. So we're ready to go. Let's start talking about the fundamentals. The most challenging part of learning R3 is shifting your...
Okay, let's do that. We don't need the video anymore. So, so what we are gonna do is the following. So I keep this, but what I do is expose blah blah blah. Okay, expose the thing itself. Yeah. Okay, that's done. Yeah, that's how do I do that? Hmm. Okay. Right. On enable, blah blah blah. Okay. So this is like the usual. Question is where? So I set this manually. And then what? Like what I'm doing is like BS. I should do that from the button click onwards, because if I start in the middle, then I get confused. That's not good. So let's do yeah. So I click a button. How do I connect the button click? Okay, so when I click this, I need to create a new command. Okay. There's no place right now where I do that. So yeah, I go to dispatch command, erase the event, dispatch commandos, command, shortcuts. Shitty way to fix here. Right, so dispatch command. This is not used anyway, and this is not cached anywhere. Type 2. Okay. Always listening. The dispatch commando event. Transform commando, transform dispatch command. Right, so I go here. I reset here. Which is good. So erase. This from here to here. And then this is cached here. And I create the commando, blah blah blah. Right. That's good. So the function actually exists. Handle interaction event. The bottom line is that the code here exists because I wrote it. I just need to trigger it. This is in dispatch command event handler. Right? So I actually need to music. The thing is, this is triggered through events. But I can change this stuff completely from the ground up. So yeah. Like the entire flow needs to change. What I can do is call this, make new method. But again, it needs to exist. That doesn't work. So you need to go backward. Please assume that the thing exists, but it doesn't. Where do I create it? And even then, if I create it, how do I get start and target? Sure. Yes. We have two places, torret icon, no ship button handler. Ship button. And this is why do I have these problems? Because I don't use events and commands correctly. I mean, I didn't. Now I do, but I need to fix this shit. So let's make a new script. So this is gonna be So what's the purpose of this? The purpose is to raise the event. Let's call it what I need is a pointer to the model to the button model. It's here. What I do is so now I have access to the linked ship. Good. Now what? And what I need to do is to raise an event or request interaction event handler. My god, this is could be so much easier, I think, than what it is, to be honest. I need to raise a new event. But what does that look like? That's the question. This is an event is a command. We'll change this later, but it needs a target. What does target mean? Yeah, who is the target? I'm clicking it and then what? Yes. If I create it, I don't know the target yet. I'm just selecting it. That's why I had a pattern in the first place. Action bar model. Set to dispatch commando. That's what I do. Action bar model. Yeah, because I'm keeping the state. Exactly, that was what I was looking for. What I need to do is delete this. And do the same that I do there. Implementing it set to right. Right. So now the question is, I need the target, I need the commander. And resketching this. But so far, looks fine. It's placed here. Here, the commander exists already. It exists. So I need to go back and back. In one place. Press interaction event handler. Who is erasing this? I created this. Ship button handler. Is something else, I think. I need to make a drawing. I just cannot visualize this shit in my head. So what's the chain of events? We events. This is code here. So here, who is sending events? Who is raising these fucking events? Ship button handler. Right, so this basically said what this code does is raising an event. Need to move the microphone and passing this. Right. Yes. So target is for God's sake, I don't think that I want this Ask AI, because I actually want to completely remove the handling here. Okay. I think I should just wipe the code regarding the commandos. And all of this because of the contract of the button itself. This fucking dependency. My god. AI is thinking. Go to the toilet. Pressure. My instinct is that I just get rid of this and don't use ship button anymore. That's the smartest move. The button becomes a view of an entry in a list. It never touches advanced fund directly. The data model, the entry how does it apply to me? I'm confused. Know what the best practice is right now. Anyway, single source of true owned by model registry, observable list, ship list entry. Ship entry list. So this is kind of assuming that I understood what it's suggesting. This is what I was thinking. So like, well, I was thinking about creating a map between, you know, a separate class mapping buttons to ships. And this is like this model registry it is mentioning. But here I don't really see. Ship entry list. This is ship attributes. Fleet list model. Observable list. A list of entries. Okay. Ship list view. Private. What? Yeah, a dictionary. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. That's what I wanted to do. Exactly. Yeah. But the way it explains it, it's very confusing. I don't know. Every01, welcome. Welcome. Are you a game developer? I'm refactoring old code, which had some assumption that broke, and I kind of need to redo a portion of it. So I'm asking Claude if it agrees with my strategy and if it's best practice. Let's each close, but with an important correction. You don't want to. I never mentioned that I want 2 dictionaries. What do you mean? What? Why was it saying that I want 2 dictionaries? I just said 1 single dictionary. I don't know. One map? one field. Ship button lookup. So it's doing like action of ship attributes. Ship attributes to game object. So every time I register a new ship, instantiate a button. Button can get component. I'm not sure why you would do that. I think I got the point. I just don't understand why you map a ship attributes to a game object to get a button. Buttons by ship. Yeah, that's confusing. That's very confusing. I'm not sure why it's doing it that way, but I have this, I have a dictionary, and here it creates a button, and the button is bind, what is bind, I don't know, ship, and then buttons ship. Where is button ships? Of ship equals button. I'm not sure why this is needed. Let's why is this needed? I don't get it. Fleet model. Okay, so we have a list of I don't think I need this. Why do I need that? kind of guess. Can guess why? Something has to directly call into ship view list, except none of the ship is spawned over the string. It means your ship spawning code, whenever commander gets instantiated, whatever a ship dies, would need a direct reference to the UI. Gameplay shouldn't. Now the spawning code depends on the UI code. No, I mean, it's fine, I guess. Okay, after this I'm gonna write code because I don't want to get stuck chatting with the AI. That's so boring. Oh my god. Like, I want to solve problems, I don't want to get solutions, but it's giving me solutions which I didn't ask directly at the beginning. Yeah, honestly, I don't know why you should use R3 here. Let's keep it until I finish this task and then remove it eventually. Okay, so what's next? Implement that thing. So where should I have this code? So the question is, let's say I create a new ship. I add a dictionary, okay, entry, and connect it to a button. When the ship dies, I look for ship, and yeah. Okay. What's next? Is there any reason why I need to remove button but keep because yeah, in theory a dictionary will do. Button model on clicked, on right clicked. Okay, what? Handle register. Exactly, yeah, that's what I want to do. No. Well, let's see. Direction. question is, which one should I use? Let's try this. But I need to know how to use it. This bidirectional dictionary. Is it this one? But how do I add elements? All right. So where should I put it? That's the question. I'm linking UI with objects. So this is kind of a state thing. It's a state. It's not like there is really no functionality there, so maybe either dev tools, but this is not a dev tool, it's just a context, call it context state. And I call this, what did we call it? Okay, I'm sick of AI. I'm just gonna call it test. I don't care. We'll change it when I have. Right, so this is the example. So this is gonna be ship to button, right? Or button to ship. So if I click the button, and I want to know what ship, yeah, I want, and it's bi-directional, so doesn't really matter, but I do button to ship. And what do we have here? We have ship attributes to what? Basically, it's either a game object or a script that I'm gonna write later. So let's stay generic here. Where's the interface? Yeah. Okay. Now, the question is, when I start the game, like I have a scene already with some objects, and they need to register. Like there is no way I can assume what button is connected to what. Can I? Let's use actions. If I use an action, fabric. Okay. This is one case, and then we have one. Well, let's do this for the moment. So on ship created. So if a ship is created, No, that's the wrong side of things. So this needs to listen. I guess I have another thing called test. And what about this error here? It disappeared. Okay. This guy needs to listen. Listen to events when new ships are created. The thing is, if I listen to that event, then I'm going to trigger some audio when I start the tutorial, which I don't want. On a certain event happens, then how do I populate this? Yeah, I actually need, what do I need? Okay, let's do that. One. And what I expect with a ship attribute. And is this correct? Ship button to ship. Add. I guess what's available here. Add clear. Try get value. I add, let's go add enemy linking. This is the wrong direction. Link button. So let's set this will be button game object. Wait a second, who is responsible for this? If a new ship is created, if a new ship is created, someone needs to be responsible for creating the button yet, because there is yeah. And okay, which means I need to catch when a new ship is created. How is this connected to? Oh, what? Let's do that only for. Let's say that someone creates, I click a button, and then this creates the game object, the shuttle, and then it calls, hey, I created a new ship, I need a button, and then this is cached. And the new button is created. When the button is created, then this is stored. Sounds like a plan. So let's forget about this for the moment. And we need someone to create the freaking button right now, and there is none at the moment. So the chain of command is create chain of events, create whatever it's called, create shuttle, get commandos, then create button, and then link commandos to, I guess, buttons to commandos. That's what we need to do. So first of all, who is gonna create this freaking thing? Let's start from there. So we have shuttle button. call this commandos button. Which raises the event. I guess I don't need a script to do that. But what I need to do is what I need to have here and here there's no dependency. So create commandos, we make a class let's close this ship. I'm fed up. Let's see what this is again. This guy is catching an event. And this event was linked to something. I don't care for the moment. What I care about is this method. Okay. Yeah. Oh. I need to understand where I get everything I need. These requirements. I need this is so I need the ship and I need a target. I need those two things, that's it. Ship. Right. How do I get this? Ship owner is found. How is it found? Well, I know it because there must be a place where I link them, so Then is the place to link commandos to an owner, right? Who has this information? No one. Button should know how to link commands to owner. This is the wrong question. The right question is how to link mothership to a button I want to know the owner. I need to know the ship. Comes from, where does it come from? From me clicking the button, right? In the user clicking the what's that? Okay.
I was born to be free.
Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay. Can I open draw.io so you guys can see what I'm doing? Yeah. Okay. So that's the situation. We have create commandos. Create commandos needs
I was born to be free.
requires. Okay. So these requires I get ship and ship owner. Where does ship owner come from? Ship owner come from clicking the commandos button in the UI, right? But how does it know? That's the thing. How does the button know? My god, this is terrible. This window, I guess. So, let's do just text. So how does the button know what mothership is linked to? Question mark. That's what happens when the design S flows at the beginning, but whatever. It's code from 3 years ago, and I didn't really have a clue about how to structure the code. So how does the pattern know what mothership is linked to? Question mark. That's the question. Because if the button exists, then it means what? That someone the number was added to spaceship, to mothership, right? is who added a commando to the mothership? Which implies that someone did it. The question is who did it? And there are few options. So one is tutorial events, which is my case. +1. And the second case is when second case is when, for example, I move one commando from one ship to another, or a commando comes back. Gameplay events versus coming back. The mission. I guess creative is the right wording. Clicking the button. And then this means a commando was added. Who did that? So the information. So this means that when, I mean, the information was there in the first place, right? So who did that? So I need a way to how to show in the UI. So I need a direct link from ship attributes dot, what's the name? What's the name of it? to what? To a button, I guess. This requires clicking the button. And this requires nothing, right? So I pretty much stop here. Logically speaking, if the button exists, then it means that commando was added to mothership and someone did it, okay? So if I want to create a commando, then I need to link the commando I think this completely misses the point. The commando was added so what does the button require? It needs to know that to do this, there is a step, a missing step here. How do I know? So the ship owner requires, what does it require? That I click the button. But the button is an action. It's not, it's an input, it's not a requirement. So ship owner, where do I take the information? The commando button needs a reference working to its mothership. Because if I want to know the owner, even virtually, the commando needs a reference. And the owner doesn't exist because there's no game object. Ship owner and require But what this means is that if this requires, it means that it requires a command. Yeah, so this implies that the commando button has a reference to its own mothership. Okay. But that's what we are trying to avoid. What's the point of the refactoring? So this is not... There's one solution, or the other solution is that the commando button is linked to the mothership. This is the correct one. Implies that commando button is linked to the mothership. Where does this exist? It implies that there is a map of ship to any button. It doesn't matter if it's a commando or if it's a mothership. No, actually, it's a commando ship. Who the fuck is the owner of the... If it's linked, it means that we have a map of commando ship to mothership somewhere. But thank God I'm doing this. I'm understanding what I need. God, I cannot write code if I don't know what to do. And I cannot go backwards. I'm not capable of doing that. No. The problem with this is that this is not possible because this is wrong. Okay, commando scan object doesn't exist. This is the wrong logic. This needs to be tracked somewhere. So this implies that we just have the mothership here. So each mothership takes how many shuttle, which is the case. We do track that. So, but what I needed was the ship owner. The ship owner. So now we need to talk about in practice. This implies that the button is linked. And yeah. So this requires this is an action, need something physical. So the ship owner, there is no ship owner, that's the problem. There is no ship. Commandos don't exist. So the ship owner, where does it come from? But this doesn't come from the button clicked. This come from that the button is linked to the mothership. So we have a map of button to mothership. Button click requires that the button is linked to the mothership, right? This is an event. So what it requires is diving. What time is it? It requires that it implies that there is a map between a button and a mothership, and this is the whole point, right? What I was planning to do. And so like now we have this is, it doesn't really matter if the mothership tracks how many commandos it has. Let's remove all of this, because what I was looking for here is the ship owner, or let's say mothership owner. Can I make it bold? Yeah. Mothership owner. The mothership owner is here. Commando. So this is a. We need to be specific. Commandos button needs to be linked to a mothership. Is that even necessary? Which requires this public and this. So now I know what the commando button is connected to the mothership. All good. I also know how many commandos there are, or if there are commandos at all. The target ship. So this is. No, I can't. Oops. I have it through the clicking, right? So there is code already handling this. So the mothership target is this in object. So before earlier I've seen patch this. Who is using this next action? Wait, is this an action? What? Oh, I mean not that action. Okay. Let's call it action type. To avoid, you know, making a confusion between system.action and my action. The thing is, this is private, okay. And who is reading this question mark? Okay. Oh, I see. Go back to the class that I have to change to here. Okay. Yeah, but this is the whole point, right? Dispatching commandos. So that's what the AI said. That there is like a flag that something is not supported yet. Dispatching commandos with player ship is selected is unsupported. But this is what I need and what I need. That's the thing. So this is the place where I have the target. Yes. The target come from here. Right? Wait, we said that the target is I mean it must be request interaction event. What is this target? It's not what I'm thinking, because I clearly say that it's not supported. That it before was to click, either click the button below or click the commandos and tell them to go. You hit the button. There is no button here. But the button comes from the prefab. It came from the prefab. So as soon as I get the logic of it, yes, then I have launch. Just don't have the time to. It's not contained here, which means it's not contained here. So where is it? Question mark. But we didn't target mothership. What is? So the current I know I'm starting. It requires that I implement. Requires that I implement this is step 1. This requires that right click right. But if I right click, then I go straight here, right? Now we are talking. So I need to change the class so that it can get requires to know the target. That's the whole point. So what this means is this dispatching commandos playership is selected is unsupported. And this is not necessarily a problem, because normally I will just click commandos and click the commandos. So what this means is that to know the target, I need this. Needs to know the target, which means that this event needs to store the target. Or one to different event, for sample commandos. Does it make sense? Mothership requires that the mothership target button it requires right click on which requires that this knows the target, which it doesn't. So I need to either change this or handling it differently. I think that option 1 like sending sending a different event is fine, and I can still handle it here inside. It's a command, let's call it event. Right, so do I have everything I need? No. No, I don't. It requires an event. And these events, who is sending these events? Who is sending this event? Well, a button. Wait. The event needs to be sent by the unit. Which has, right? Request interaction event. I mean the unit box to be precise. It's ship button handler. Which handles left clicks and right clicks. Alright. Problem is that the right click is interpreted, and so the problem is that it doesn't have any logic. It just right? The ship button handler doesn't have any logic. The interpretation delegated. It's delegated to yeah, so we go back to here. Oh, we have a terrible dependency to take care of. Right? So the question is how do I distinguish a command is from other right clicks? Definitely not here. Must have been here. Good. Bottom line is contain it's I hope this is correct. Good. So can be commandos, which means applies that need a class to handle descending from the source to the target. No, 1. Number 2. The first let's start mothership is where is it? No, the fucking mothership pointer is in here, and the start is the start. Can be taken from a map Mandel's button to mothership. Oh, for God's sake. Let me merge at least this. I didn't change anything. No, just a comment. Very good. I can. We made it! We made it! Oh, I was losing my mind. Okay, guys, I'm exhausted. And I've got an headache now, so I really need a break. But yeah, hopefully, you know, this helps you to maybe it gives you an idea on how to handle these kind of issues, you know. If you find yourself in such a situation, indeed, it would be a lot better if you didn't end up there in the first place because of design decisions. So yeah, learn from my mistakes. That's the bottom line. Good, yeah. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe and comment, for fuck's sake. And a quick reminder for you. So if you want to wishlist the game, there is a page in itch.io and you can follow it. Up here, there is a button, I think. You get more information here. The dev logs of today can be found here in the official channel. And devlogs plus gameplays in my private channel. Good. I'm done. Thanks for watching and see you next time. Bye bye.